Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. I want to say we're going to be working on Insignia stuff today. We've got a team meeting in about 9 minutes where we're going to be doing some show and tell. And we're going to be working on chapter 2 stuff today, mostly, I think. I got to kind of just get my head around what I'm doing. I've been producing a video over the last 12 hours or so. I've also been taking meetings with 2 potential new people working on the project, a producer and an environment artist. So exciting stuff. I want to say welcome to everybody in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Hey, New More Games. Also, big thanks to Aram for the most recent follow and Saravati for the most recent subscription. Probably worth mentioning off the top of the stream before we do anything fun, some of the very sad events that have been taking place in the city in which I live over the last 24 hours. Sydney has been the victim of a pretty grim, essentially massacre that took place at Bondi Beach yesterday. And I guess just worth mentioning that it took place, that I am okay. I think everybody in the team is okay. I had a cousin who was down there at the time who is okay, but has seen some things, nobody wants to see in their lifetime. So it's something that I just like to acknowledge, I guess, off the top of the stream. I don't know why I feel like I have to say something about it. I don't want to say much, just that it happened and that, in a time that is supposed to be one where people come together at the end of a year and celebrate, what makes us who we are and the hard work that we've done in the year and coming together and hopefully peace. An attack like this on innocent people it's pretty abhorrent and pretty dark. And as someone who, I don't know, feels some kind of connection to the conflicts that are happening around the world today, just, I don't know, in my background or in conversations that I have with family members, I feel like my understanding of this stuff, my sense that it's just so painful, for this kind of thing to have to perpetuate. I feel sorry. I feel sorry for everyone who had to be subjected to it. And I feel sorry for the people who felt like that was something that they had to do. Because I guess it just represents a pretty dark place that we must be in as a society, to feel like any kind of violence is the answer to any kind of problem that we have with each other, whether it's politically or in our values or anything really. That's not to say that injustices don't happen and that action isn't something that needs to be taken. But just that as a global culture, it's I just feel like the only valid response really is a kind of sadness and compassion. I think a lot of people around me and a lot of people, I think in general, clamber to be better informed about these kinds of things when they happen, to accrue information and find out who was the person who did this and what do they stand for and what were they doing before this all happened and what can we learn from all of this. I think I'm not sure if I'm that interested in that kind of stuff. It doesn't help me to know what this person thought they were doing, because I don't think there's no new information that I take from that. I just feel sad about it and sorry. So it's not a happy thing. It's not a positive thing. It's something that I wanted to acknowledge that happened. To be specific, there was a shooting that took place at Bondi Beach. A number of people were killed. There was the understanding is that there was a political motivation behind it. And yeah, I mean, Australia is a pretty peaceful place otherwise. We don't really we have quite strict gun laws. So for this to happen here is very sobering. I think it changes how you think about the place where you live, to know that such violence can take place in it. So I guess my only way to wrap this up is to say, like, please be safe and be grateful for what we have. That's all I can do, is just value the time that I have and the opportunities that I have and my health and my safety. And I hope that we all, try to make the world a bit of a kinder place where we can. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to make your day a little bit better. I can only spread pixels around and good vibes. So I'm going to do just that. Today, we got a team meeting in about 2 minutes. I guess we'll just jump straight into it. Let me just reach out to the team. Yep. Okay, we're all good. Great. Jumping in 2. I've been doing some pretty exciting pixel artwork, actually. I was having a really good time over the weekend. Maybe just in a burst of procrastination or something. But I designed some new enemies, which maybe I'll sick them on my team and have them develop these enemies. But I want to show them to you now as we sort of move into our show and tell portion of the stream. In fact, maybe I'll keep them to myself, and I can show them on stream. There will be a YouTube video about at least one of these characters because I recorded me developing it. Am I wearing $1,500 Cartier frames? They're not Cartier. They are, I believe they're Fila. Yeah. Not Cartier. So, yeah, I'll show them on the stream. I'll show them in the meeting. I probably should mention. It's all right. I won't mention it. Maybe I'll just go straight into team meetings. I might be a little underprepared this week to delegate very well to my animators. I'm going to do my very best to make sure that everyone has work. I want to sort of shift my focus back over to chapter 2 very soon. So, lots of motivation to prioritize my work and make sure that everyone is aligned on what needs to be happening and that the Insignia engine keeps rolling. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit later today on the stream. Might be good to just do a bit of a digestion. I actually have a tab open, I think, from GPT about notes on the conversation that I just had with a prospective producer. So that might be fun to actually show you what ChatGPT thinks about the conversation we had, rather than show you the transcript or anything like that. All right. Good question, Mr. Pizza Hunter. We'll talk about it. Okay. All right. So let's jump into Show and tell. Alrighty. I'm just going to wait for my team to come in. I think they're not quite ready yet, but hello. You're muted at the moment, or maybe you're not muted. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, Luca.
How's it working now? Oh, cool.
I can hear you.
Nice.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, bit of low spirits, but yeah, you covered it, so we don't need to go into it any. Yeah.
Your residence is not that far from there, is it? Or are you on the south side?
A bit more south, but yeah, it's not too far. Yeah. It's an area I guess I visit every now and then. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're safe. And we've got, who else have we got? We've got Morgan Annalia and Morgan Composer. Hello.
Hello.
The Morgans are here.
Yes.
And our final member, Elias, joins us. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, welcome everyone to a new week. Before we kick off, I probably thought, well, I think it might be worth mentioning just how close we are to the new year and the holiday period. I have been mulling over a little bit as to whether or not I should take like a break, and whether or not we should just pause for a little bit, just to recognize the new year and maybe give me a little bit of time to keep to lay down more rationalization, or to help me delegate work to you a little bit more efficiently. That probably isn't necessary for everybody. I feel like the different members of the team have different constraints they're working on. So I guess I just wanted to say off the top, maybe we could have a chat either after this, or if anyone wants to speak, speak now, forever hold your peace, on how everyone feels about like taking a bit of a break. I think I might even take a break from streaming, even if I'm still working on the game. I'm not sure. I don't know. Is anyone in a particular like mood to take a couple of weeks off? Or I'll say this: if anyone is feeling that way, I'd be happy to just chat to you. We could like postpone schedules and stuff like that. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, that sounds all right for the space for the holiday period and spending time with family and all that kind of stuff.
For sure. Yeah, this would be like between, say, the 22nd to the 5th or something might be the 2 weeks we would, if anyone wanted to take that time. That's kind of what I would propose. Maybe the 23rd or 24th to the 5th, but I guess I just wanted to make sure I'm extending that option to you guys, because I'm certainly not in a position where I'm feeling like I need to crack the whip and force anybody to work over the holiday. But I know that everyone's got a different situation. So cool. Maybe we'll discuss that in private. Okay, so for this week, or at least what was happening last week, gosh, that's right. I worked really hard on getting this demo ready for a show and tell event that we had at ACE in Parramatta here in Sydney on Thursday, I think it was. Might have been, was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday. And I think the demo got to a pretty good spot. It was playable on the day, and unfortunately not in a build, but in the editor. We had some bugs that I think we might need to chat with some of you about to see if I can get some help for them. But it was Friday, was it? Okay, it was one of the days, and yeah, it went well. I don't think anyone. It's such a long demo. I don't think anyone who was at the event got to play deep enough to get the whole sense of it, which is why I think it would be nice to get some play testing happening in the Indie Tales community, maybe online. in like the coming days. So spent a lot of last week on that. I also over the weekend started recording a new video and did some editing on it. It's almost ready to go out on. I just got into a creative streak and was starting to do some new enemy designs, and I can share those with. This is a world premiere. I kind of did another pass on our Wolverine. He's become a bit of a barbarian now. Because I think, yeah, this would be just kind of like a heavy character that doesn't really have like much to do with the ability system, but is just a challenging foe to face. And then I thought I would do like a light version of a similar concept. And we have this this cat enemy who I like as well. Super, I really like this character. And maybe this kind of like highwayman kind of situation. There's almost something a bit zealous about it too. I don't know. So it'd be cool to just like, I think just got to the point where I realized that playing the demo, there's a lot of like enemies that are very unique and are created in the name of like a special ability being expressed, but not that many that are just like characters, like you know, things that you would fight. So yeah, I think it would be a cool idea to sort of explore some of that in the near future. I also had a meeting this morning. Some of you in the team will know Ryan Penning. He is doing a bit of a consultancy with me on some production related stuff. So not having him on as like a permanent producer or anything like that right now, but we're kind of just chatting about it and doing a bit of just, session by session stuff for now. And we kicked off today. I sort of showed him the project and got his thoughts on it. And it'd be cool to sort of move those conversations along far enough for the team to be across them. But that was a really good start. I also had a chat with our environment artist or background artist who worked on the trailer. He's actually local in Australia. He's in our state where I am, and we had a chat about him doing some pixel art background work and had a great conversation there as well. So that's my very long-winded what I've been doing. This week, I want to see if I can focus on thinking a bit more forward. There are some opportunities for us that may be presenting themselves pretty soon to do with funding, and it's just forced me to have a pretty strong. It's forced me to reprioritize the conversation about how we would not just budget it but milestone it out, and whether or not we would do it chapter by chapter or more free form. And then obviously I had a chat with you guys over the week about, if we were to ramp up involvement on the project, what would that look like? So yes, lots of stuff that I'm doing, but it feels good. I think busy is really good for the project, and that's where it is right now. So I'll pass the baton over to Elias. How's your workload been going, and what are you working on at the moment?
It's been good. I have the Hunden sounds to show off.
Oh, sweet.
And I think I shared the wrong... I shared the Unity window instead of the screen. My fault.
You get a tiny black rectangle. Sweet. Oh, nice.
So we have this kind of... Whoops. Anyway, you get the idea. We have this kind of a like barky, half human, half dog.
Yeah, really interesting.
Maybe I might want to do another pass at some point, but
okay.
At least they're not silent.
Yeah, that's great. I'll have to give them a closer listen between now and tomorrow morning, and just if you feel like they're in a place where you want feedback on them, happy to do that. Otherwise, I can wait until your second pass.
Yeah, and then I can't really show this because it's physical, but I've been doing some testing and research into haptics.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Have you got
So
like?
I have some notes that I
Okay.
have written down. Just like technical
Mhm.
technical findings.
Yep.
Yeah, we could talk more about that. I think I don't know what the situation with the Switch is, if we have the dev kit or if we don't yet, or if we're
Yeah, I
that's
don't.
also
I
something
don't have
that
a
like we
physical dev kit, but I have the license to purchase one. I just haven't done that.
okay.
But
That's
if
also something that I would be like, maybe I don't want to talk too much about the dev kit on stream.
that's okay.
But
Yeah,
like,
there's
if we do
probably
have
some
it,
NDA
'cause
stuff would be breaking if we
yeah,
got too deep into it. But we could
I
probably
wouldn't want to
do.
run my mouth. And
Can we do like generic, like analog? What are they called? Just generic like joystick controllers. Can we do Rumble on those?
yeah, so yeah, generic Rumble we is totally possible.
Sweet. Well, maybe we could start with that and then think about the
Yeah.
separate platforms as like a platform support.
For sure, yeah. We can have a further talk about that.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Awesome. And this week, I don't know where you're at. I give myself a negative mark for not being able to directly express it or recall it. We can chat tomorrow if you're out of things to do.
Cool, yeah. I still have I know there's some things I still have to work on.
Okay. Cool.
I have them written down somewhere.
That's okay. All good. We'll catch up on it. Sweet. Okay. How about you, Luca? What's going on?
Oh, hey there. Yeah, just got the gecko in a more complete state.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'll just share it. All right. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, sweet. So just trying to remember all the things. So I kind of adjusted its stand ground state. So at the moment, I've just got this sprite where it's standing ground, and if you come within range, yeah, it'll attack you. And I've had like a minimum range here, so even if you're close enough to the wall, it'll be able to reach you and attack. And I gave it all hitboxes as well,
Great.
so you can attack it. The only thing, like I mentioned, I wasn't sure why it kind of like just floats into the sky when it dies.
Yep.
Kind of odd. Well, couldn't really figure out why I was doing that. But
Nice.
and yeah.
You're a pro.
Yeah. Well, I decided to play in a controller now, so I'm not fumbling too much on the keyboard.
Very good.
Yeah. And what else was there? I put a few notes in the on the Figma, and and all the like brainstorming some scenarios where
Yep.
the walls and the enemy could live in the game.
Yep.
We can go through that at some point, and
I'd love to talk about that today.
yeah, sweet. All right.
Perfect. And then we might even be able to move on to a new one soon.
Nice.
Maybe one of the enemies that I concepted over the weekend.
All right. Yeah.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Luca.
No worries.
And Morgan Animator.
Hey.
How you doing?
Not too bad. I am still just working on the stuff you gave me last week and polishing up the gatekeeper stuff just
Yep.
in my spare time. Haven't really made any progress with that because I was kind of busy last week, but that's my plan for this week.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. Keep on keeping on. And Morgan Composer, how's it going with you?
Yeah. All right. I was knocked out for a few days last week with
Yeah, sorry to
gastro,
hear that.
so that was
Oh.
not fun.
Oh no.
So I didn't get as much done as I hoped last week, but I can share my screen. Hold on.
I would love to hear.
Okay. So yeah, I was kind of working on the mini boss thing, and I think this first one is just a bit more orchestration on what I already had. Just the main theme part. So I guess I'll play that.
Mhm.
Hopefully you can hear it when it starts.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
huge. That's cool.
Very
We
nice.
we will need to do like stages of these. This is so epic. I want to hear this,
Yeah.
and I want to hear like this is like you've like met the brief and then kept going.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if this is too big where it is for a mini boss. I'm like,
It probably
a bit too much.
we
Yeah.
wouldn't want it to overshadow the rest of the game, but
Exactly.
that's a good reason to add a really theatric mini boss encounter later.
Yeah. So we can always build, like, layer it however we want. But
Yeah.
yeah. Then the next two are just little fragments of ideas I was playing with for other sections
Mhm.
that can work for the mini boss. So let's see what this one is.
Oh, that was really
It's
nice.
kind of
Yeah.
more interesting.
There's some stuff in here. I was before you even started, I was having a thought about the demo, and I realized that not just in the demo, but even in chapters 2 and beyond, there are moments that I would love to have mapped to music that we don't really currently do much of, like closer to scoring. And that would have been really good for like a chase sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the last one, I don't remember what this is. Yeah, I was just playing with time signatures.
Mm.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I'd love to sort of debrief a little bit in a more specific meeting on this soon. Are you free to chat about it tomorrow?
Yeah. Let me
Sweet.
check. Yeah, that should be fine.
Cool. What have we got lined up tomorrow? Have we got both? We've got like space for sound. Do we want to have
Yeah.
Elias? Are you wanting to have a meeting as well?
Yes.
Sweet. Okay. Well, maybe we'll just sync it up so that we can do one after the other. Maybe we'll start with Elias and then we'll do Morgan.
Sounds good.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Whichever.
Awesome.
Whichever works.
Cool. All right. Well, that feels good for me for today's stand up. I will chat to animators coming up next, and then I'll chat to sound team tomorrow, and that'll set us up for the week. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Cool.
Cool.
Thanks, Adam.
All right.
See you
Cheers.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, animation team. We'll start with Morgan. Do you feel confident with the brief that you have right now, or do you need a bit more
Yeah.
direction on it?
No, I think what you gave me last week is pretty good. And
Awesome.
I've still got the Figma as well. So
Perfect. Okay. Well, in that case, I can let you go and get to it.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Morgan.
Okay, bye.
Bye. And then Luca. So,
Hello.
hello. Let's talk a little bit about the gecko. I'm wondering, how are you going for time right now?
For working on the gecko?
No,
I think,
sorry, I'll be clear.
what?
Sorry, I was too
Sorry.
abstract. Like, do you have time right now for us to do sort of like a sitting
Oh,
in
yeah.
and having a look at it?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry.
That's okay.
No
No,
worries.
my bad. I was like way too vague. Okay. Would you want to we'll just like go through it top to bottom together and then just like give it a nice, put a bow on it, and either I'll take on a task or two or I'll delegate something to you and then we'll move on to like a new thing this week.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
Yeah, just a couple ones that need to be done to finish it off.
Okay. Cool. Let's I'd like to look at the stuff in Figma that you mentioned.
All right. Let me. Oh, you have access to that.
I do. Yeah. I'm assuming it's in the working design doc under enemies.
Enemies, yeah. Yeah, just a few kind of. Sorry, brainstorming,
Mhm.
just scenarios and ideas.
Yep. Do you mind if I sort of just roll through them one by one and then you just let me know if I'm off course?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Yeah, some of them like really simple, and then
Yeah.
develop from there. Yeah.
Certainly. Okay. So I've got a gap that's too far to cross with a bridge across it, and then or the wall across it, and then the enemy will just like you parry the enemy, go across the gap. Now we're there.
Mhm.
Sweet. A chain. That's interesting. I think the double-sidedness of this is also something that's probably worth thinking about. Of like, I suppose this isn't too bad because as long as it patrols to either side, you could attack it from either side, depending on if you've come from the other side of the level or not. Top and bottom's interesting, different heights. There's something, I guess, well, in this context, you could go from the bottom to the top no matter what, or the top to the bottom. If you had the power, you can always jump down or run up.
Yeah, that's right.
Cool. The fork, which, we've seen. This is interesting. Okay. Would you have to start maybe here so you could run up it? And then, okay. You would use the wall run to go up the
Yeah, or if you wanted to
scale.
reach up, you'd need both abilities, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. This is interesting too. I like this idea of, and maybe you'll get to it, something like this, and then something where like you kind of have to commit to maybe like something like this, maybe. So like the safe point is here, and then you kind of have to go like a bit of a leap of faith that ends here, and then continue on with like a different sequence of abilities after that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Or even just the regular wall jump, but just something you have to be ready for unless you end up.
Yeah,
at the bottom.
or even something where it's like, I have this thought of like this, and then switching directions somehow, like rebounding off the wall.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why some areas I've put like solid ground because I guess that's how
Sorry.
you get another shot at the ability.
Could you repeat? Could you
Like
clarify? Sorry.
if you use the wall run to hit this wall,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have it anymore to go back.
No, well, it might have to be something instead of like just this, then maybe. But something basically where like the feat starts here, and you have to do the two things in sequence, and then end with something that if you failed it, you sort of like reset down here, and you have to try it again. Like a two-step, like a thing that requires the two abilities to be used in sequence perfectly.
Yeah. Without necessarily like a break or resting point here.
Yeah. Without a resting point. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm. Mm.
Let's keep having a look. Yeah, like this is the inverse of that, right? This would be you'd have to use this to get up, and then you'd use this to go across. Oh, I guess, yeah. Like if we made this extend all the way up, then it would be like that. Otherwise, this is like you go up, and then you can go across.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a cool little T intersection, though. I like that. Oh, that's cool too. Oh, you slide down and then go up, or go up and then
if you're
slide.
on the left, yeah, either side.
Ah, that's
yeah.
cool.
Mm.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
it's hard
great.
to like ways to integrate other abilities. Like you wouldn't have, I guess, another raid ability. Yeah.
This is good. I like it. I think this is like plenty. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? How does this work?
Oh, so that's just Arise. So I was trying to
Ah, I see.
think of ways where you could use Arise and then do something else.
Maybe we do it like this. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Yeah, I like that idea. Switching lanes with Arise or some other ability. Yeah, there's this something about this the wall run thing feels a little bit like the Donkey Kong Country barrels. You know, it's sort of like there's like a long sequence that you're locked on, and then like every so often there's a branch. So there's something nice about that I think is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it requires a bit of player input rather than just being, on rails automatic traversal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is great. I'm very happy. And I'd be happy to just like come back and reference this whenever we're expanding on level design with this enemy in it. The other side of this that I'd like to do is the ability in combat. Now, I don't think, our abilities right now are pretty, what's the word? Let me see if I can just bring up in the thing. Maps, scratchpad.
I did kind of think about it. 'Cause, I saw you added like a floor bounce, a ground bounce. So
yes,
maybe
I did.
It could be like an extension of that. Maybe it could like that fire hit.
Yeah.
Could be do like an extended bounce. Maybe that's its combat prowess in some way. I don't know. Yeah.
Let's have a think. What if it was? I just had a moment where I thought of something. So like, I'm seeing like something with a launch into. Something about it feels like.
Maybe it could knock them back further than a normal hit and bounce off a wall.
I think something about maybe just the fact that it's like a spinning, like a roundhouse kind of kick to it kind of makes me just think of Sea Viper from Street Fighter 4. How she does the like overhead, she like jumps over them and does the overhead kick. I wonder if there's something about that that's valuable, like knocking them towards you or like underneath you, or if it slams them down. Something, yeah.
Yeah, some kind of interesting interaction of something.
Yeah. I actually think now that I'm looking at this, it's probably not that important. It's probably not that critical right now for us to like solve this problem. I think it's already like the combat system is what it is, and I'm not sure each of the abilities need to like totally reinvent the wheel the same way that the enemy abilities do. Like as platforming abilities, I like that they're unique. As combat abilities, I like that they're a bit more overlappy and additive.
Yeah, just adding some flavor to combat and
I think so. I think so. Like this, Arise is pretty good, but I also like the way that Scale does the little backflip. So like the difference is just that one of them sends Armin all the way up here and the other one keeps him down the ground. They both launch enemies, but the extension from that is a little bit different depending on which one you do. It's a little bit in that Devil May Cry kind of space at that point, but yeah. I think this is fine. Like I don't think we need to do extra design for what that ability needs to do right now until we're sort of play testing with a lot more content.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. Okay. Well, in that context, the gecko is really the next thing to talk about. Now, I don't know how far behind you I am. I haven't pulled in a while, but maybe you've got a couple of additional changes. I'm just a bit concerned I'm going to crash Unity if I pull your changes.
Oh, hopefully not.
Maybe if I just go back, if you want to share your screen and just we'll demo it on your screen rather than mine.
Yeah, sure. Okay, one sec.
Hey, Software Artificer, thank you so much for the sub. One sec. I'm pressing the button. Why is it not letting me? Have I got it open in another window? I do. Sweet. Yeah. So I think for the most part, I'm pretty happy with these guys. My concern might be, so right now there's like a very hard zone, like a line between the, I don't know if you can see what I can see on my screen, but if I can annotate using my mouse, that might be easier.
Oh, I can see, yeah.
Yeah. So there is this line between where the wall is and where the player is that right now you're using as like a boundary that lets you kind of, the player can sort of think about what they want to do. And then when they step in, now they have to deal with the enemies. And in that context, those enemies, it's very acceptable because of that boundary that the enemies move so fast and attack so aggressively. But my concern would be that even in that context, there might be places where we want the wall to extend, like say across the whole level, theoretically. And how aggressive might the enemies be in that situation? Like they might be too aggressive right now for that to be fun. And because they can
have a range where they attack from.
Yeah, but that's like they just cover half the whole screen in like half a second. Still pretty, it's pretty powerful. I don't think anything else can really do that except even the Hunden can't attack that quickly. There's like a big telegraph, even if he sprints across the screen, before him being able to signal that he's doing the attack, and then the hitbox coming out, there's a big gap. So some of that's just balance. When it comes to designing the, is that the stand ground there? I think I can see it now. It's like the static frame.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think there's probably a tweak here that I would do on these to maybe balance them and play with them a bit more. Like, for example, maybe their total vision needs to be like halved so that they don't stand ground unless they're within, like this far from like here to here or something like that. And then like maybe like this distance or something. And then the attack, maybe they would have like, instead of the big dash going in and then attacking and then jumping back, maybe the going in would be like a run, like a running at you or something with the red around them, just to make it a bit, just to give the player a bit more telegraphing space. But
yeah, I did add some timers for, there is a state before they attack, which seems, see how they're there for a moment.
They're red for a brief moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be extended, and also the speed as well. We can tweak that.
Yeah. I would say like, sure, 100%. We need to slow things down a little bit, but I don't think that it requires us to do anything new with the code right now. I think right now they're fine. In fact, I think we could do as a completely separate design exercise, we could do the level designs with these characters and just turn the logic off, just have them be like floating books basically, and do the level designs with them there and then worry about the combat encounter after that. Like the balancing of it and the tightness of the animation, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like I don't think nothing's dependent. This piece of designing the encounter and having them be fun to fight is from the dependency side, a dead end. Like there's no thing that goes after that we go, oh, now that we've done that, that lets us do this. So we can, at that point, I think we can, oh, that's fun. You've unlocked the firecracker. Yeah, I think that task only ends at itself. Once we're happy with the fight, that's it. But I'm more concerned about the level design implications and just making sure that we can place these in lots of places and that we get good value out of them in terms of using them in the level designs. So, with that said, it would be good to have them in the back catalog of animations. Like to have maybe, you or Morgan, when we're a bit slow, to be like, okay, let's now focus our attention on these gecko animations. Because I think it would be more valuable for you to be doing more of this enemy prototyping stuff with me, more new enemies at this level of fidelity.
Yeah, so now that I've gotten more hang of it on creating them, no, that sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, so that could lead into hopefully this next little beat. I really want to add these two characters. They might be too cool right now, but I think I noticed while playing the demo, I want to sort of lead you into this conversation. I think right now the game is pretty flashy. There's some pretty cool stuff we can do with it. But once you're in the kind of combat flow, it's very hard to you kind of can't lose really. It's just you're just styling on them, on the enemies, which in a Devil May Cry or a Kingdom Hearts, that might be okay. But I want this game I want it to feel a little bit more close to Dark Souls in that aspect. Now, I've already resigned that the game's not going to be super slow like Dark Souls. So the question then is, how do you make the enemy encounters a bit more of a threat that forces the player to not try to spam the attack button, but to be more careful? So the idea here is that these would be two different enemy types that would force the player to respect them, basically. And the first one is heavy and slow. It can tank attacks and it doesn't get poise broken. So you kind of just have to be very respectful of everything it does. Otherwise, you're just going to get hit. Lots of HP and just a bit of a tank. And then this would be kind of like the Dark Souls Boulder Knights. So a bit more of a stance dependent, quick, not a ton of HP, somewhere between the Martin and the Hunden, maybe even closer to the Martin in terms of HP, but it might have its own parry. It might be able to parry you if you attack it in the wrong stance.
And maybe they could recover off one hit in the air or in a juggle.
Yes, I'm desperate to add a revenge button that we talked about last week. Yeah, something where mid combo it can backflip out and recover.
I don't know if you played many anime fighters, but in those games you can't just juggle your opponent forever. Eventually,
Guilty Gear has the. I know what it is. Is it it's not Roman cancel, is it? It's not what you call it, right?
There's burst, but that's a bit different. I'm just talking about normal air recovery. Yeah. But burst would be it almost looks like they sort of off of the tumble, they sort of like a spark comes off them and they go back into a normal, a jump state. Is that what it is? Yeah, kind of like a little backflip maybe, where they're invulnerable for a little bit as well. So you can't just hit them out of it as well.
It would be kind of like is it analogous to the moment in Smash Brothers where you leave the cloudy tumble state and then you can either parry or you can drop fast fall or do attacks or whatever while still in the air.
I'm not sure. I don't know the details about Smash Brothers.
Oh, you don't
too
play
much.
Smash? Oh, okay.
I've only played it very casually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think we're on the same point. It's like you can press a button when you're in the tumble state to get control of your character again, and then
Yeah.
execute like a dash away or whatever.
And if you've been like, in a long combo from your, the quicker you're able to recover out of it. Like less hits done, I guess, each of your opponent's hits.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. I think so, for sure. Like something that can, break out of a combo. And this is something where I'm in the combat system. The game, I have this feeling that we're entering territory with the combat system where, as far as like a beginner player is concerned, we've got more than enough mechanics. There's enough here to probably satisfy, my wife's combat interest. And test her as far as she needs to be tested for the whole duration of the game's story. But in the interest of like rewarding people who are looking to get more out of what's already in the combat system, who are like flexing a little bit and they want to be rewarded for that, I've been toying with the idea of having there be I don't know it's in the game right now. I don't know if you were there on stream the other day, but there's like a new bar beneath the characters. So there's a yellow bar now. And if you hit that, if you max out the yellow bar, enemies that have items will drop the item, and enemies that have extra money will drop the extra money, even before they're dead. It's just like a loot point. And I'm not sure if I should keep it. Like, I don't know if it overcomplicates things a little bit. But
it's like a mugging. Okay, that's
the
interesting.
the idea is that the bar goes up faster if you use if you extend your combo. So it's kind of like if I just sit here spamming the attack button, I actually won't get the bar to full by the time I defeat this guy. It never popped because I just hit the main attack button. Whereas, let's just say the hedgehog has an item. If I parry it even once, that maxes it out.
But if you don't max it out and you defeat them, do they not drop it?
They don't drop it. No.
Oh, okay.
So the idea would be like certain enemies you would need maybe even like special abilities, like the snake. I can't even break it. So there might be an item on the snake that actually you need some, maybe like snakes are weak to lightning or something. I don't know how we would describe it or justify it, but like there would be like a specific special ability you would need to use on them to acquire the item off them. So it makes the enemies almost like chests in a way.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The only problem I have with it is how do we communicate that to the player?
Yeah, but are there any other games that do something similar?
I've never seen this before. This is new for me.
Unique. Yeah, interesting.
There is like mug in Final Fantasy. Like there's always there's like stealing items off of enemies, and that usually costs you. You have to do something different than just kill them to do that. The only thing is just you would need to. My thing with it is this: like, one, having a separate bar it complicates it. So like immediately, if I'm the player and I'm attacking and I'm seeing two bars, one going down, one going up, it's like, what? If there's no tutorial or no explanation of it, just on its own, it feels a little weird. And the second thing is, the onboarding's difficult. And then the second thing is, okay, how do I make this bar go up faster? Like which things are worth more? If it was like a Tony Hawk game, I could give you points, 320, whatever. But now there's still a split here between the player understanding their job as like, I need to do damage. Like, is my job to kill the thing or is my job to max out my style points? That distinction for me feels very hard to explain to the player. to tell them that there's a different thing you can do that does combat differently, but that's better if you want to achieve these specific outcomes. And I thought I'd just mention that to you.
No, I did. This is the first time hearing about it, so that's interesting. Yeah. I wonder if you could do like a pacifist route where you don't kill anything, you just kind of beat up on them.
Maybe.
I don't-
I say
don't know.
this. I say this because on a demo playthrough that I was doing, I actually, I don't know if this happened so quickly that we just both forgot I did it, or if you remember that I did it, but I forgot that I did it. I made it so that enemies, like the hedgehog, they drop single per save file items. So like this
Yeah,
hedgehog
that's right.
has this one quill, and the spiked bracer that you get from the design of from the old couple requires 4 of them. So you
Yeah,
need,
so you don't just keep farming the same
yeah,
one.
you
over and
can't
over.
farm them. You have to do this specific criteria, which previously was just kill them. But if we do it this way, then it would be to do this parry the hedgehog. 4 of them across chapter 1 in order to get the crafting materials to forge the spike bracer. I love that in theory. Like the idea of like turning all of the enemies into their own little quest is to me really exciting, because it means that the work we do in the combat system and the encounters, and that even the concept of there being poise in the game is validated if there's a system behind it.
Yeah.
Because even like right now we have the concept of you can add poise and have an enemy take more or less poise damage or this or that. In something like an Elden Ring, that would be like the parry system. So like when you parry an enemy, sometimes they fall to their knees immediately. Sometimes they just kind of bounce off you and then they keep attacking you. But if you do it 3 times, then whatever, then they'll drop. Or if you use like a jumping heavy attack, that will eventually make them stagger, but there's no bar for the stagger. It's just like a mechanic. So, yeah, this is just like a conversation that's ongoing in my mind about like, hey, should we put, what other auxiliary combat things need to be here in order to, I guess, just get the most expression out of the player and have them be rewarded for that.
Playing well rather than just spamming attacks. Yeah, I see the value in that.
Yeah, something to think about. So I might think about it a bit more right now, but or just move on to chapter 2 stuff. But yeah, in the meantime, I still got to give you something to do. So let's have a look at our schedule for animation. I think talking to Ryan today, it was very clear from his perspective that like we just got to get the chapter finished. Just get the game to the point where you can play it to the credits. That's like priority 1 on his side. And
for the demo, chapter 1.
Not for chapter 1, for like the game. He's like, you guys should just be focusing on finishing the game.
And then just finish the game. All right.
Yeah, and then not like at full polish, but like at alpha, like at gray box. Like just get to the point where what you have is something you can play. Rather than just polishing. And I'm noticing that like even with the scope of work that I've got for you on the animation schedule, like I can give you all this work, but it'll just be, what's the word? We'll just be adding detail that we haven't validated by doing that, I think, at a certain point.
I guess it's a different mindset because, chapter 1, we want it to be a vertical slice for the demo.
Correct.
But I guess onwards, we should be shifting to just getting the game done. Yeah.
Well, the idea is like these animations for Ilya, for example. Okay, she has a gesture. Okay, it's fine. She should have a gesture. If I put that gesture in a cutscene and I want to just validate the cutscene, do I need to see it? Like in order to just put the cutscene together? Like, do I need to know what that gesture exactly looks like? Or would it inform the gesture? Like if I wrote the cutscene and put it in the game and we played it, could we have a better idea about what that gesture should be looking at the cutscene? You know, I think that's the part that I'm concerned about, is that if we're focused on getting something right, but we don't know exactly what it is that it needs to be in the first place, every time we do that, we're creating risks of having to redo it.
Yeah, so we should be more like storyboarding the cutscenes.
Yes.
In a way.
Which, you know, is something that I do, and is a priority, is to think about it that way. So, you know, there is like storyboarding being done. And that storyboarding does need to be done on a per cutscene basis. And right now, like this is the per cutscene storyboard, and there are things here that are that
Well, I mean, even in game, in the game engine
also,
itself.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even we do have, like in chapter 2, this cutscene that we've been doing for introducing the new characters. But this stuff, I mean, this is pretty much a storyboard in my mind, but maybe it needs to be even simpler than this, you know. At least I would say right now, this is doing its job and some for just validating this cutscene. You know what I mean? Like having them be able to like see that laugh animation, even if those were still frames, you know, if those were still frames of the characters laughing, we would get the picture. We would know if we wanted it to be different or the same. So yeah, this is why I think I'm kind of more invested in, for you, helping me flesh out the enemies than giving you specific animation tasks on characters that we know are definitely going to be in the game, but you know, we're just polishing off different, you know, sub animations for them. That doesn't feel as valuable to me. Is that in accordance with, like, does that feel compatible to you?
Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. And yeah, I'd be comfortable prototyping those enemies.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's seeing you do a good job on the gecko, and like seeing where you left it, like where you got it to just now, is enough, you know.
Yeah.
For us to, if we had 12 enemies at that level, we're in a good spot. So, not well, we don't need 12, but you know, for chapter 2 at least. But yeah, if we had a good workflow where we're just pushing out stuff like that, then I think we're good. For the next enemy we do, like if we were to do these two, I would say these ones need to be higher fidelity. I would get these ones to almost full polish, because I might want to back propagate them into chapter 1.
Okay.
I just think we're missing sort of in some parts of it. I'd just like to like throw a little spanner in the works at the player. Just like have an enemy show up in the second part of chapter 1, with like, I don't know, maybe not even a line of dialogue. Just like, just throw something at you, you know? It gets a little bit, I don't know what the word is. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just think
the
game as a the combat side of the game, I think, needs to be served with, it needs to there's a hole in the shape of these two enemies, I think, right now, that we don't have. And I don't think I want that hole to be filled with just Hunden or just humans. That's how we got here. I should also mention,
the way I see it.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'll let you go.
Okay. Well, because like comparing to like the Martin, they're just, you know, the easy mode enemies. They don't have any poison. They don't recover.
Yes.
But then this cat enemy introduces, enemies can recover. And the what was the other one?
It's like Barbarian Wolverine.
Oh, the Wolverine. Yeah, that's right. I got confused. Like this isn't based on the enemy that you could jump on like as a platform. That was
Well,
something.
that enemy now, it's like I've got a whole tree of these, the same enemy, different, fifth dimensional multi-worlds versions of them. I've got like the one that I first made, which was this one, which was this guy. This was like the first one and was in the game for a while. This was my pre-Martin Martin, but also it was bigger and stronger than what the Martin are. And it could do this like, bear hug and whatever. And then there was Wolverine 2, which no, that's not it. It's it was, what do I call it? Like giant sloth, maybe. This thing, which is more like an actual sloth than a Wolverine. And then now there's this guy who is kind of like, I was like, I think I just realized that it's not super clear right now with the enemy set that are in the first chapter that the game is anything like Redwall, which is kind of like in chapter 2 and beyond, it's very obvious that there's like, oh, there's a whole civilization of all these animals and they have different races and stuff. And in chapter 1, it's not that clear, particularly because like the Martin that we have right now, the slingshot ones do, but the normal ones don't have clothes.
Yeah.
And I think there was a point earlier on in chapter 1 where I was like, oh yeah, they'll definitely all have clothes and we'll have them. Well, there's more of a plot here that we can, or there's more culture. I think there's a bit of a gap there right now. So
yeah, I think, adding that culture to them would be worthwhile, even if they just had some kind of pants.
Yeah, well, the slingshot one does have pants.
Yeah,
and it's okay if the Martin, like if like maybe just one version, if like if that's fine. I just think like
shopkeeper one. I don't know if we're doing anything with him.
Oh yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still. Is this a still frame though somewhere?
Yeah,
that one
down here. Well, that's the thing is that like I there was other things too I was thinking about, which is what we don't have at all in the game is NPCs walking around the overworld. None. And it's like, oh, I should definitely have like a character like pulling a donkey along, with a rope, and just like it's like a pack animal. It's got like a bunch of supplies on it. And they're just walking either to the town or from the town. And you see them, maybe like on average once every 3 times you pass through the area, something like that. I just have like a dice roll on whether or not they should spawn.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
And you might have like 5 different things that can spawn walking in and out of town. And at any one time, you would see maybe 1 or 2 of them, just stuff that makes the world feel like there are things happening in it, whether you're there or not. So, yeah. Also like encounters, like just things at the end of a side quest that just happen.
Single unique encounters.
Yeah, like maybe this guy is like holding up somebody from Orinstead, He's just and that enemy's not there all the time. They're just there at the end of that side quest.
All right. Oh, even when you're rescuing what's the kid's name? Not Eric's brother.
Gunther,
yeah.
Yeah, we could have this guy be there. And you could have more of these. Like these could just be like a class of enemy that shows up in a bit more they're not in a specific spot. They're just in more. Maybe there would be 1 or 2 of them. In Elden Ring, there's the knight. What are they called? The Knights Cavalry. Just these black black hooded figures on horses.
Oh yeah. That appear at nighttime.
Yeah, they appear at nighttime. Yeah. And it's like it's not like this character lives in this place. He just happens to be here. What's the word? Circumstantially in the game. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe once you defeat them, they don't respawn, or certain enemies anyway.
potentially.
They're just kind of unique encounters.
Yep. Yeah,
Hmm.
that kind of stuff I think is just, I'd like for the game to have that stuff. If we can get there, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Also, like, that's it. That's all I have to say about it. So, I would love to mock up this enemy. How would we go about this? Should I give it a start, or I
Do we
guess
have a system to where we can track like how much hit stun they're in, or how many hits they've had in a combo, or how long they've been in like the tumble state? Where this one
yes,
will
the
be able to get
bounce.
out.
There is a new property that I've added specifically on Thursday for the stun gauge, which I added, and all it does, it's called the composure. That's what it's called. Composure. So composure is a class that's owned by the life component. So everything that has a life has one of these inside of it, and
Okay.
composure is a value that goes up. Well, it goes down. Well, which direction does it go? It goes from being full to being empty, but the bar goes up in the inverse, depending on how much punishment it's taken in a certain amount of time and what kinds of attacks it's been hit. And the way that it works that out is it might be like 4x posture is how it starts. So the value is times 5. Okay, so you take the poise, multiply it by 5, and then every time it takes poise damage, that number gets offset by that amount. So like if I do like 30 points of poise damage, that's like if that would break, that might break your poise. Normally you go into flinch state, but in this number, it's a fifth of the total number.
Oh, but in that case, then the Wolverine would never break composure.
The Wolverine? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
if it's got very high poise.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's possible. It might be an enemy that like you would need to do something that did more poise than health. I mean, it depends on what its health is. So its health could be, this is two different numbers we're talking about.
yeah.
They're not related to each other. So let me just...
Okay, so it doesn't matter how much poise they have then.
No, it doesn't matter how much life they have. They could have like 600 points of life, of HP, and their poise might be like 10, and their composure is just this value times 5. So 50 composure in this case. If it was an enemy that had 600 HP and 10 poise, then every time the composure right now just handles that bar. It's not related to anything else. But I'm saying we could use the system that tallies this up.
Okay, yeah.
All this does, because the whole point of the bar is to track poise damage over time, pretty much. So like it tracks like how, like, when was the last time we got hit? How long ago was that? How much damage did we take? It recovers over time if you don't hit them after a little while. That's what poise is right now. It's like stamina, except when it goes up when you take it gets offset when you take damage. So when you said like the Wolverine wouldn't be able to be poise broken before it died, well, if you make this number bigger, then it can be, because it's not related to health at all.
All right, I think I understand, but I'll have to play around with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right now, the hedgehog, for example, if we just take an example, has a natural poise of 30, right? And it has a health of, I think, 100, health of 80. So 80 health, 30 poise. Now, Armin's attacks, some of them do like 25. And so with like 2 hits, you can break the poise. It's also worth mentioning, yeah, I mean, how do I put this? Like right now, poise damage and damage are two different values, yeah?
Yeah,
So like,
that's right.
so that's the thing that is important here. And the reason why, even if you, so damage and poise damage, they're related to each other, but the difference is it's about the hitboxes and the hurtboxes, or the modifiers. So like, you know, a thing can have 30 damage and it can do 30 poise, but if it's hitting a guarded hurtbox that takes half poise damage, it might only do 15 poise, even though it does 30 damage. Or it could be that the damage only does 10, but because it's like a, what's the word? A high poise damage thing, it might have a poise of 30. So the poise damage that goes through is 40, even though it only does 10 damage. So this stuff, I guess it might be worth it for us to like maybe establish some standard for that, for how players should be able to communicate it. Because if you can't understand it and my chat can't understand it, then players probably won't. So maybe I should make it a bit clearer, but yeah, that's how it works right
Well,
now.
players don't need to know the numbers exactly. Just, I guess that they'll go by vibes.
Well, just the relationships at least. Like if a character has a shield up, you know, the way Armin does, right? When Armin takes damage this way, he has like 100 poise protection when he does this. So, yeah. So it's stuff like that. And that, I think that's what maybe if we were to explore this enemy, we would be delving into that conversation a bit more. Because they would have maybe different stances. They might have a defensive stance where it's blocking and it takes less damage. And maybe it has like a counterattack, stuff like that. Okay. Right. All right. So why don't I might spend like this afternoon doing a little bit more work on this character, and I'll come up with like a brief, and maybe tomorrow after lunch we might be able to kind of walk through the enemy a bit more, and I can maybe give you I can like maybe hand over a brief with some animations in so you can put into the system.
Yeah, I'm available tomorrow, so we could do that too. Yeah, sounds good.
Awesome. In the meantime, hang tight. I'm okay. I'm happy for you to chill out for today.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Luca.
Thanks, Sam.
I appreciate you.
soon.
Cheers.
You too.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay. I have so much work to do. It's crazy. Oh no, I wanted to hear that song. Yeah. I just like... I'm super overloaded mentally today. I've been talking since 9 a.m. Literally meetings back to back to back. I had a half-hour break at lunch, and I've been in meetings for 6 hours. Okay. I want to take a quick break. When I come back, what we're going to do is chat a little bit. I want to like decompress with you, chat. And we're going to do a bit more talking about where the project's at, what I want to do for the rest of the year, playtesting, and enemy design. Okay? Let's do that. What is this even called? Game direction. Oh, see you in a bit. Okay, we back. Chat. Chat. My pals. My lovelies. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I missed you. I feel like I've been neglecting you all stream. It's been an hour and a half of me talking to other people and not to you. Tired? Yeah, me too. Okay. So, I want to break down a conversation that I had with my producer friend. And just kind of like reflect on some of that stuff. This was a 2-hour conversation. I took the Gemini meeting notes and I passed them to ChatGPT and I asked, what did I ask? I said, what are the key tensions between the two motivations of the stakeholders, and what wisdom would you give to help them rationalize the differences? So really what I'm saying is, what is Ryan saying and what am I saying, and how do you make what we're both saying work? You know, about what the game needs to be, or you know, what's different about what we're trying to say. What is it? What do we need to do together to move toward a common goal? And I think it actually nailed it. I think ChatGPT did a great job on this one. So I want to share some of it with you. Just some top level stuff because I thought it was interesting. All right. So Adam is trying to eliminate creative risk early by perfecting a representative slice. Ryan is trying to eliminate production risk early by proving the game can be finished. Both are correct. The conflict comes from treating these as mutually exclusive rather than sequential and bounded goals. Very good. I would agree with all this, by the way. Ryan is a member of, well, he used to work for Screen New South Wales. Before that, he worked at a number of game development companies as a producer, one of which I've done a little bit of work for. He's a friend of mine, and he's currently doing some, he runs a number of, he runs like events here in Sydney. He runs Waypoint. Yeah, he's an all-around good guy, game dev advocate and producer. So, he's doing a bit of consulting for me at the moment, helping me out. So, broadly, there are two motivations here, but neither of them should be sacrificed. One of them is a creative motivation. The idea that the game needs to be good. In fact, actually, this was insane. I love this line here. This is so good. Not this one. Let's find it. Where is it? Hang on, there's such a good line. I want to find it. This is, I think, the key takeaway. I love this. Adam is afraid of building the wrong game well. Finishing a bad game, I would say, is how I would describe it. Building a game wrong, but doing a good job of the production. So we get a lot of work done, but we didn't build the right game, or we built the game incorrectly. And Ryan is afraid of building the right game forever. I think that is a fair feeling. I totally get it. I think that's a fair criticism to levy against me, that I'm afraid of doing something wrong, so I build the game forever, making sure it's perfect, and I'll never get there if I give into that feeling. There is another line here that's pretty good this. I feel like this is quite interesting. I think it is. The biggest psychological unlock for Adam may be this. Okay, all right, ChatGPT. Your job is no longer to prevent flaws. Your job is to choose which flaws are allowed to exist for now. Oof, that's very profound. I really like that line. Like, what can we afford to be incomplete today so that we can have something that is whole later, so that we can edit that thing to be complete later? Ryan is implicitly inviting Adam to trust future Adam. Oof, that hits me in the feels. Trust iteration and trust that polish later is cheaper than paralysis now. Whoa, what a line. Insane. Such good insight. Polish later is cheaper than paralysis now. If I'm risk averse, polishing too much now is a risk. It doesn't prevent you from experiencing risk. It just means that what you risk is losing out on opportunity or wasting resources. And it doesn't mean lowering standards, it means sequencing them. Very interesting, very good thought. So what this was really about was the conversation became a tale of two chapters in a way. There is chapter 1, which is the vertical slice. It's the perfect representation of what the game needs to look like. It's the bargaining chip and the marketing tool for getting buy-in between players and publishers. That's what chapter 1 is. And it needs to be good. Right? It needs to be good. Can't be incomplete. Can't leave anything to the imagination. That's chapter 1. Then there is chapter 2 and beyond, which just need to be finished. They just need to be playable, because you can't polish a diamond over and over again and not know what the finish line looks like, because there are so many things at the finish line that can inform what needs to happen all the way back in the middle of the game. In the big chunk of work that needs to get done cannot get done in the same fashion that we produced chapter 1. It's not possible. You can't do it. And my mindset, it's the challenge I'm having is transitioning out of 1 and into the rest. That's the challenge that I'm going through. Some of this, as we spoke about, is just production stuff. Some of it is like, hey, how do we get the team to be working more efficiently, or making sure that everyone's comfortable, or blah, blah, blah. But really, a lot of it is me. I'm the bottleneck. And creatively, I'm the bottleneck. Technically, I'm the bottleneck. And some of that work needs to be given to other people to be done in an imperfect way for now. Because once we have volume, we can start compressing it. But you can't compress something that's not there. So I'm still, there are super valid concerns that actually, like, when I look back at the conversation we had and the notes, GPT gives me a lot of credit here, which I am very happy about. This thing about like, oh, I really like this. We'll talk about this in a second. It's important that, that I am responsible for systemic coherence, right? The game has to be good, right? And I've tried moving forward with chapter 2 and struggled with it. And another one was like, like player-centric truth versus market-centric proof. So like, the game being good is really important. It is really important, but that's not the only way to, that's not how we finish this, is just by making sure that there are no problems. Another aspect is like, there are things that the game does, like the stuff that we just did with the map. The map stuff solves problems that without the map would have to have been solved a different way. And solving those problems a different way would have cost resources in different areas. There's a thing that Morgan said recently while we were doing cutscene design where I said, oh, this character probably should animate this way or say this thing. And I was struggling with how much text there was in the conversation in the cutscene. And she said, well, what if we just said it with music? And it was like, oh, yeah, we could do that. So there is an aspect here of like understanding as the director what my tool belt is. Which things do I have in the game that I can use to tell story? If the story is going to be good, I need a good camera system to do that. I've found that controlling the camera is hugely important in telling a story. Couldn't do that before I had one. I would have been telling a different story a different way. The map, really good at guiding the player around. If I didn't have the map, I'd be guiding the player around a different way, you know? So it's like, it's valid that I'm trying to solve these problems before proceeding with the production. But at a certain point, am I solving the same problems different ways or actually solving actual player-driven, actual issues? So like this thing that Luca and I were just talking about with the combat. Maybe he's right. You know, maybe that's actually not that critical. Maybe solving that stuff isn't going to be the difference between the game being fun or not, or being good or not. Maybe it'll be fun in a different way, or just, you know, maybe that just creates extra responsibility for us. So, hey, Vatrodox. You are in Adam's chat. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the problem? So really good stuff. Ryan suggested something. He said you should take the whole game and think about it like traffic lights. Red, orange, and green. He said your game probably looks like green in chapter 1 and red everywhere else. He said, I want everything to look orange. He said, I want you to finish the game orange and then make everything green. And it was a really nice, a nice insight. So, let's have a look at what it says about that. Ryan's traffic light idea is powerful because it decouples quality from completeness. Coherent but rough, polished but optional. Your common ground is, we don't ship green until everything is amber. We don't ship green until everything is amber. That protects Adam's need for systemic integrity and Ryan's need for forward motion. Very interesting. So I shouldn't look to complete chapter 2 before starting chapter 3. I should look to getting chapter 2 to a point where you can run around in it and then move on. Just move on. Get chapter 3 amber, chapter 4 amber, chapter 5 amber. Then look at making chapter 3 green. And maybe chapter 3 ends up being smaller or bigger, but we won't know that until we've got everything as amber. So that's that conversation. And I think I just need to say it out loud a few times. I need to keep repeating some of these lessons because it was a very long conversation and a very dense one. And if I don't repeat it out loud, I won't remember it. So yeah, really good stuff. Really, really, very valuable. Now, moving on to enemy design. I really love this enemy. I think it's so cool looking. I think I just want to just concept it some more. I want to get it to a point where I can hand it over to Luca soon. So what does that look like? What does handing over this character to Luca look like? And also, I also want to rationalize this conversation I was having with Luca and just make sure I know what I'm doing here. Well, it's supposed to be. I mean, he's bigger than Armin, and I didn't mention this to Luca, but like this is like not a Hithin character. So we have cats, which are the tiny little cats, and then we've got these guys, which currently they look a lot like the other ones, but they're supposed to be more like bobcats, like hobcats, like hobgoblins. So it's like these are like the more, you know, predator style cats in the game, rather than house cats that have just gotten bigger. They're still cute, and maybe that's a thing. Maybe they should always be cute, even when they're like ferocious. They're still cute, and everyone finds them cute. But I want them to be killers. You know, I want them to be expert, dangerous people. So, hey Bilbo, thank you so much for the sub. Dread Pirate Roberts. I don't know who that is. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. You should watch the video that I created when I did the work in progress for this, because it's Puss in Boots, it's Zorro, it's Catwoman. This is how we got there. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sword-wielding rogue highwayman. That's exactly who this is. So, the furry community will love. Well, let them. Let them. If that's what they want, let them have it. All right. So, if you build it, they will come. They will show up, is what you really mean, right? Anyway, so definitely like a thrust. That's very annoying. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. I see you've practiced your capoeira. I see you know your capoeira. Okay. So there's this into I'm also not left-handed. Let's look at fencing positions. Oh, I see. I don't really know if I understand why they go low. And I'm also like actually okay to stick with rule of cool here over just purely factual. Maybe it's time, maybe we actually have to like think about hitboxes here. Hey, Nateful, welcome. My mind tells me, my mind's telling me no. My mind is telling me, my mind's telling me no. That I can't do it. That this should be kind of what's the word? I kind of want this leg to be based in the same spot. And so this is going to be extremely off balance. Because I guess you would probably even like throw this out this way. Depends on how much you want to turn the body. Could go even further. But maybe this goes down. It's not great. Definitely tail for balance, but maybe it goes back the other way. Yeah, I think the head's got to drop. I think it's... Everyone had it right. This thing here of the... I like the idea of this being over and this way. We're not quite there yet. Don't worry. I know this looks ridiculous. That's okay though. No, higher. It's not a lot of distance though that it's covering. I can see it. I can actually fully understand why they did this now. Because the extension from the arm, you want it to be like that. So the lower you get your chest, the more that natural extension out has some body behind it. I got you. I got you. Not quite happy about this just yet. There's something not quite right about this either. I think this needs to be as straight of a diagonal up as possible. Maybe just take this and split it down at the halfway point. That's feeling better. And then one more. Yeah. I got you. There's so much pressure on this this poor knee. Oh my God, I can feel my knees just being exploding from this pressure. But I guess that's what you need to have. Strong knees. If I'm thrusting as far out as possible, I think I'm twisting my torso. In order to get this forward more, this shoulder forward, this one has to go back. So I'm kind of right in what I'm doing here. Just, I might be overdoing it. I also have made a decision. This is going to be more like a falcon. More slashy. It's too stabby. And it's not going to be fun to look at if it's just too stabby. It needs to be a little bit slashy as well. Falchion style. If it looks like it doesn't have an edge on it that you could slash, then I can't justify him, doing a bit of that. So get it a little bit more pirate, and we're in slash territory. You could do both, right? You can stab a little bit. You could probably still stab with this, right? But I need... The game doesn't work if all the hitboxes are, skinny rectangles. The game doesn't work if every hitbox looks like this. It needs to be one where... and this works too. It kind of looks like he's rotated the arm over, like a punch, right? Which actually kind of works. I could even, if you really want, I could just give it a little bit of the top edge too. Right, we're holding the edge sideways. Hitting him with this part. It's not going to be perfect, but slashing separately will happen. There will be slashing. I've been watching a little bit of that game, what's it called? Is it Half Sword? Half Hand? Half? Oh God, I've totally forgotten the name of it. What is that game called? The one where they have it's very realistic sword fighting. It is half sword, is it? Okay, the next is an overhead, like a sweeping overhead slash from across the body all the way over, big arcing slash. Because I want the hitbox to be like this. This next one is going to be a big anti-air. Pretty much like that above. I think this needs to go in front of the ear. I don't think we should be able to see the ear there. Here, across the head. But the problem is that if the camera is where you are, this would do that. Or like that. But I want to... Could slash, if he has it up. That actually looks like an upward cut right now. If we flip the sword, it kind of works as an upward cut. I didn't even think about that. Other way. Wait, no, I don't know which way. All right, what I need is I need this character, flat and visible, cut that, go all the way back, go here, paste it, bring it to the bottom, bring this back, bring this to here, do that, link cells, and make it semi-transparent. That's what I need. And I don't want to see the head here. It's not relevant for me right now. I also want to take this, maybe put it back here. I also want to take this and do this with it. Cool. And then one more. Okay, now I've got something. Alrighty. So I don't really like this. I'm taking it away. I want to keep it simpler. Well, I guess we'll start at the top and we'll just Hey, Zach. Yeah, that's dumb. But I recognize that you kind of have to, there's a moment here where we're almost facing away. I almost had it just now. I almost saw it. My enemy is left-handed, yeah. That's right. I think I know what I want here. But now he's holding it kind of like a reverse baseball bat. Or like a lightsaber. Like yeah, I think I know what I'm doing here. Not a reverse lightsaber, a normal lightsaber, baseball bat style. You know, like in real life. So this arm and then this arm needs to come over and grab that. No, it's pulling. It's yanking. Yeah, I'm thinking two-handed for this one. And maybe this extension should go all the way over here. Yeah, we could do it today. All right. See you, software artificer. Who? Well, it's just a straight up new design for an enemy. It's a new character. I got a couple of new ones over the weekend. They don't currently have characters behind them. They're just new enemy types. I thought you might. Yeah, he's not quite done. I needed something else here for the head of the mace. I don't think just black works, or like an iron bar, but he's brown, so this would just be a wooden club or like something with bones stuck into it. But I think the bone motif is I'm going too far with it. So yeah, we're just figuring stuff out. Might do different versions too. Alrighty. Let's do it, Ilzak. Got a link for me? What is this jam? Can you tell me a bit about it? A 1-bit jam? A 1-bit Souls-like. Did you do this alone? This solo? Sweet. Plight of the Cracked. The plight cracked. All right, let's see it. Is there an option to change the mouse sensitivity, or am I on my own here? Oh, it ignores. Oh, no, it doesn't ignore. I can just use my mouse. The video compression. Oh, you guys can't see that very well, can you? You're seeing like circles or something? Best play with controller. Oh, okay. Why didn't you say so? One sec. You know, I literally was at the event. I was at the event the other day, and I'm sitting there and I'm rifling through this thing because I cannot find my USB cable. And I know I packed it in here and it's not here. Where did I put this thing? Like I 100% do not have the USB cable here. It's just not here. Where did I put it? What could I possibly have done? It just went into the void. Like, it's not in the bag. Right. I just lost the USB cable forever. All right. Well, I'll use Bluetooth. Alrighty. It knows that I have a controller connected, but the controller's not doing anything. Nothing. What am I gonna do? PlayStation controller? What does it take? I'll just use my mouse and keyboard. Is that Heart of a Tin Soldier? Oh, jeez. The cracker. I'm the nutcracker. That's so Dark Souls. I mean, it's quite early. Is there a roll? You gotta have a dodge roll. Am I missing it? Middle mouse button, gotcha. Do I have stamina? So I can just do this all day? I think your outline system on the edge, assuming you have one, I don't know if you have one or not, but I think you could afford to have thicker outlines on all the elements on the depth. So like the character should have a 2-pixel outline of thick line, I think. Depending on the depth, I guess, behind it, like the contrast between the dark and the light, you could go a little further with it. Oh, see you, mate. So did your 3D animator do the animations, or was that just like a 3D artist, or did they get these from like Mixamo? Ah, assets from the store. These things are so Dark Souls, man. Pretty good, like, player movement system. Did you need, to do any, what are they called? Nav meshes? Whoa. The huzzas. Jesus. Hey, it's the character I'm animating right now. This falcon wielding duelist. Falchion? Falcon? I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, this is Elzac's game. So do they have ranged attacks? Is that a crossbow or a pistol? Lunging attack? No? While he's reloading, get him. You have so little faith in me, Elzak. Oh, that's not very fun. Do they respawn? They all respawn? Oh, that's not very good for me, is it? Oh my god. That sucks. Can they shoot each other? I know there's like what's the word? Friendly fire is in the game, right? Bro, the tracking on that was insane. All right, okay. All right, no jump. Never mind. Oh, is that not supposed to come here? Oh. That's unfortunate. I felt really smart. You mean the Capra Demon's not supposed to come here and fight me right now? Why is it that like just creating a big mishmash of assets works so well in 3D? Not that this isn't well put together, but like, do you know what I mean? Like you can kind of just like merge buildings together in 3D. Why can't you do it in pixel art? Two hussars, man. Okay, as long as I hit him from the back, it's fine. Curse you, Bale. Lady Marie. Is there a checkpoint around here somewhere? Are these rats? Oh, you can mid-air dodge? borrowed the text. Hey, Gruntled. How you doing? I'd love to make a 3D game. Am I going to get absolutely wrecked here? Dude. Ugh. There was a bonfire right after them? Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't shoot me. I'm the Nutcracker Man. Oh, it's the pot. Oh. Oh. No. Kill zone. You should try again. I will try again. Yeah, I recognize the pot. Hey, Spooky. Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Thankfully, none of my family were hurt, although one of my cousins was actually there at the time. Oh my gosh, that is just outrageous. The tracking is insane. Oh, come on, not even a cooldown. What is the skill? What is the logic for how I'm supposed to fight those guys? Is there a block? Is there an attack after the block? No. There's no quick attack. Yeah, I haven't spoken to them about it, but they did not seem, they seemed like they'd witnessed something pretty terrible. Sorry, it's not the right time to talk about it, unfortunately. Bro. I can't. There's no opening. Yeah. Okay. Well, I got that far. Oh, they're all pistoliers. Oh, that's okay, I guess. I guess not. Okay. Well, we're gonna try one more time. So what happens now? Do I win? What's my objective? Oh, my body is separated from my head. I mean, my torso. His top half and his bottom half are not the same. Bro, these guys are killers. The rat peeps. The pirates. Okay, I was mistaken. You know, a block would have made this really, really very fun, I think. And like a way to heal. That would have been really... Those two things. A block and a way to heal would have been really, really nice. Especially if like attacking after the block would have given you like a lot of like a faster attack. Yeah, it's a little hard to perceive the terrain. That's probably the only issue. Oh, look at this guy. That's all right. That's cool. That's so cool, that cat. Where do I think what I'm missing right now is like any kind of sign of what I should be doing with these items. Like it's cool to collect them, but I want to know like what's my objective for the items. Am I supposed to take them to this cat guy? Like I've played enough Dark Souls to know what's happening here. Oh no. Take me to Anolondo. Oh. All right, all right, all right. Online functionality? Oof. Bro, when are my iframes kicking? Oof. No iframes? Oh my gosh. I think I have my fill here. I don't think I can finish this. No iframes? But Souls-like no iframes? Am I going to discover how to get up here? No. Ow. 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 What the hell? All right. How did you make them track so well on the player? Like, the attacks are so accurate. There was some cool music about to play then, and I missed it. Save me, Marie. Maria. Can I double? I can double roll. Is this the start of the game again? You're gonna loop me? Did I finish it or did I not? What happened? That's all right. I think I finished. Did I finish? I sent it to the server, right? That's it? Am I done? Oh, there's a boss? I mean, I opened the door already, so... Wait, is this where I'm supposed to go? And if so, like, am I supposed to just gently do the Dark Souls thing on my way down? I like that shadow. That was cool. Dude, the composer really knows. He really knows how to create the vibe. It feels like. Do you know which one it feels like? It feels like Dark Souls 2. The little music box. What? What's wrong with that drop? This particularly is very Majula coded. How are you detecting the fall distance? Is it not just where you last safely were to where you just landed? Like, how come that was fine? Oh, so I can't hit that? Wait, is it fall speed or is it fall distance that determines the death? Nah, I don't think so. I think there's something else going on. Because I'm not... I'm falling for a very short amount of time compared to the other part. Like... Like, that's a pretty long fall. Oh, I made it. Please. Jesus Christ. The Rat King. Oh, great. I land the hit, and then his hit retaliates and hits me harder. Oh, come on. Oh. Far out. The tracking is insane, dude. Oh, all right. I'm done. GG. Pretty cool stuff. Thank you for sharing. Look, personally, I don't really think that the 1-bit art style is something that I appreciated as like a feature. I think for me, it kind of just obscured my ability to appreciate the design that was in the game. So for me, like the first thing I would say, if you wanted to work on it beyond this, I would say, could you fix the art style? Because it's very hard to appreciate what I'm looking at a lot of the time. And I recognize that it's probably very economical to create it, but I wonder if you would be I don't know, like I wonder if the thing that makes it fast for you to produce also makes it hard for people to play. If it's that, then I would be cautious about finding another sort of alternative where you could say, okay, maybe if we do this or if we change that, we could come to a point where we'll find something that's a middle ground for both the players and the development team. Because for me, like, yeah, it was kind of hard to appreciate what I was looking at a lot of the time. And I wanted to be able to see, you know, like I want to be able to see that world. And I guess Dark Souls does it by being dark, you know, hiding a lot of the mess. Whereas this did it by not being dark, but by being just like the 1-bit style does that automatically. Yeah, I was getting fatigued visually, I would say. You know what? I think I'm just making a mistake here, and I should just take this and go 1, 2, 3 and rotate them both. Maybe that's OP. Well, I think I would much prefer something that was like PS1 low poly than 1-bit. That's my take. I think if you made this, like, you could still have it be grungy graphics, but I think the fact that it has no texture, to me, it makes it hard. like this screenshot, it's hard to look at. It's hard to parse it. I would much prefer a PS1 looking game. Like Bloodborne PSX does this quite well. I guess it depends on what you're trying to achieve with it. Yeah. That would be my question of like, what is it that what's your goal? You know? I mean more broadly, like if you step away from the fact that it was a jam game, the question of like, what do you want to achieve with this project is kind of where I'm thinking. Like, is this about, you know, that you want to explore just making a Souls-like? Is it, do you have like a revenue in mind that you would expect to be satisfied with the return on the investment? Is it just an exploration thing? Like, I think the feasibility of like whether or not it's worth making is tied pretty directly to like what you expect to get out of it. For me. Yeah. I think how would I interpret, as someone who doesn't have a stake in your thing, how would I interpret your experience? Because I would agree with you that you seemed to get a lot done in a short amount of time, and there seemed to be a lot of things that make the vibe that you were hitting on in a, you know, pretty. It seemed like it was coming together quite quickly, that aspect of it. A lot of the level design I thought was very evocative. It felt like it was getting there. Like, oh yeah, I could see this, that kind of thing. Like, I could see how this would be something. And then, oh. Oh. Sorry, just got an email. Cool. Yeah, so there's little things like that, or I would say like I can agree with you that like things seem to be pretty promising in that regard. My hesitation is whether or not those would extend as you add more stuff. Like, if I was to buy a game like this, I would probably expect a lot more around balance, around like enemy behaviors, around options, any kind of like player progression with equipment. Like, I don't know if I want to play 10% of a Souls-like. You know, maybe once you start going down the road of like trying to make it a full experience, there's a lot more that has to come together to make it feel just like those games. So I think it's more like there needs to be like a pretty specific novelty or purpose or story or something that makes this game worth making beyond just, hey, look, this feels like Dark Souls, right? That's what I would imagine is going to make it worth it for you. Yeah, Elzak, I think that there's something there for you. I just don't know what it is yet. You know, I think there's like in what you're saying, I would say yes, like pursue that. I just don't know if this is exactly that, or if you take some of these systems and you build them out. I feel like the look and feel is pretty it's a pretty committal thing to go for one bit as a whole art style, you know, for a game that you want to spend how many months on. I do want to answer that question though. One sec. Okay. Yeah, I think I would maybe do a bit more research in what you could do with low bit color, and then from there, see what you could do with like a mock-up or like a simple thing, and then make a decision about the 1-bit art style as a separate thing from the Souls-like endeavor. Okay, Tender says, I feel like it's hard to make the jump from game jam dev to someone that makes games as a more serious endeavor. Any thoughts about this? Yeah. I would say it's going to be hard. What I guess, what was your exact question? I feel like it's hard to make the jump. Is it hard to make the jump because you've tried? Or is it hard to make the jump just because it's intimidating? That's my first question. I guess it's just intimidating. I technically launched a Steam game, but even then, it still feels like the real of Game Jam. To feel like it takes a lot of courage. I feel like it takes a lot of courage to decide that this is a thing I truly want to commit to, compared to just coasting in a cushy job. The realm of Game Jam. Yeah, I mean, like, look, let's be real for a second here. So, this is like super important, and I think, you know, there's a huge jump, there's a huge delta between like being a game developer and being a game developer hobbyist. Because as a hobbyist, you don't have to incur the risk of what happens if you make bad decisions to do with your time or your energy in terms of making the game. You don't have to worry about, oh, what happens if this doesn't work out, if you are a hobbyist. And there are lots of skills to do with running a business that is a game company, right? Where you produce a game and then make back all of the, you know, investment that you put into it through the sales of the game. That is such an entirely different thing than making games as a hobbyist, that yeah, it should be intimidating because pardon me, because it is a different thing. It's a completely different way of even making games. At a certain point, you have to contend with whether or not you're making things because you want to make them or because you need to make money out of them, and then that'll affect your creative vision. There are lots of factors that will just come into play that change what it means to make games for you, going from hobby to full-time. And the ideal is that you don't have to compromise anything. Obviously, like, you want to be able to say, hey, if it's fun for me and if I work at my pace, then it'll be fun for everybody else. And as long as I'm caring about the end quality of my product, then it should be fine, right? It should work out. Well, I think that's fine too, but are you relying, if you know, the definition of a hobby is that you're not relying on it for revenue. So if you need to make money to live and you want the money to be made by the game's standard for being worth your time to work on is other people being prepared to pay for it. That's the standard that gets put on you when you say, I want to do it as a job. So at that point, you're now beholden to what other people think, what their expectations are, what they're prepared to pay, how long they're prepared to wait. And I think just being conscious of that as a thing that you're signing up for will lead you to think about a lot of the challenges that will naturally come from doing this way. Yes, there are skills that you're going to have to learn, and no, you don't learn them from doing game jams, right? Doing a game jam, you might say, oh, I think I know what time management looks like, but you don't know what time management looks like over 3 years, right? It's like a different kind of thing. It's not the same as, you know, hunkering down for 48 hours and prioritizing things that you think will work. And even very good devs have trouble prioritizing things that they should do, even inside of a game jam. So doing that on a scale of a big game, it's not easier to do when you've got more time, because you've got to fill that time with more tasks too. So you also don't have the luxury of competing with other people who are also under the same constraints. When you're not in a game jam, when you release your game, it goes into the market, right? With people who worked on their games under different circumstances to you. They might have had more funding, or they might have been making their game for longer, or maybe they just found a cooler idea. So the competition aspect of the market is the thing that you need to think about. You will learn to be a producer, a director, a business person, as well as all of the other things you need to do. So it's, you know, yes, it's going to be intimidating because it's a whole different thing. And I think that's normal. I think that's just what it is. And it's hard for anybody to tell you what it's going to be like before you experience it. And whether or not it's for you, only you can answer that question. Yeah, and of course it would be. That's cool, Frank. What do you work on? I mean, what does Google hire you to do? Your own OS? Is it Temple OS? What is it based on? Like, what are its applications that you would use it for? Awesome OS. One sec. Okay, it's neural networks. Cool. Way beyond my comprehension, I'm sure. Hey, Radalux. I'm doing okay. Do I use a hash table to store all of my items? I use a dictionary. No, a dictionary is its own thing. Wait a second. When you say... So, first of all, I have two things that I use. Sorry, I'll be more specific. So the first thing I use is it's basically just a list of items. And to serialize it, it's actually a list of item GUIDs. Well, it's just GUIDs, really. It's literally just strings of all the GUIDs for all the items in the game. Okay? That's literally all it is for the item. To store them, as in, to store them in some kind of record where I can look them up to make sure that they exist in the game. That's this. Then I have the inventory, which is just like those GUIDs in a dictionary with a count. So it's like I have like this might be like Apple. This might be the GUID that references the Apple object, and this is how many are in your inventory. So I just have to save this thing, which is just string int. That's easily serializable in JSON or whatever. And then when I run the game at runtime, this thing here, there's also a dictionary of a scriptable object that gets composed at the beginning. When the game fires up for the first time, it takes all those GUIDs and it stores them against the actual object. So you can always get the object from the GUID as a key. Yeah. Yeah, that's reasonable. That's fine. The only reason I wouldn't use integer as your ID is what's the integer based on? The position in the list? Or is it just like date of creation, like order of creation? What if you delete an item? Does it change all of the other IDs of all the other items you've created? It's an enum of all the items in the game. That's a pretty big enum. Hey, the Lost Body. Thank you so much for converting to a tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. I would be very careful about an enum because an enum is literally determined by all of the things, right? If you reference this thing here at position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you delete this is now 4. I would be very careful about using integers to reference enums. Like if you're using, I mean, maybe if you just use the name all the time, but then what if you want to rename something? Yeah, I would be very careful of that. Yeah. Okay. Well, as long as you have full control to edit it that way, then I suppose it's okay. As long as it's not a problem for you, and you're not going to accidentally double index something. Like, how do you know which numbers are free and which ones are not free? There just seems to be like an unnecessary indexing going on there that I personally wouldn't bother with. I would use a data structure that just didn't require indexing. But that's up to you. That's not up to me. Okay. Just a small RPG. Well, good luck with it. Yeah, I mean, I always feel like I can tell when I'm doing something that's going to hurt me later. I feel like I can tell, you know, and it's never a good feeling. You can immediately, as soon as you go, oh, I have to remember how these things relate, or I have to be in charge of touching it. If it has to change, I have to make the change. That scares me a little bit. If you have to remember anything about how anything works, there's something wrong. Like the instantiation, they're like hard-coded values that relate to how things interact with each other. And not that GUIDs are like perfect, but it's really hard for them to have collisions. Like it's very rare that that's going to come up with any kind of problem if you just use a GUID. No, the thing is with strings, isn't it more pertinent question to ask how Unity wants you to manage these? Unity doesn't care. It's a C# thing, really. Unless you're loading thousands and thousands of strings a second, a frame, you will never feel the performance. I'm not comfortable where I'm sitting right now. Yo, thanks for the follow. Nenivrak says, how do you access all of your scriptable objects which you want to store GUIDs for? I have a very similar structure as you, GUID script object, but I don't know how I build my GUID scriptable object dictionary. I think what I do, which is a little bit, I don't know if it's like the best way to do it, but I store the GUID in the object. So I literally have, no. How do I do it? I have an object that's a scriptable object called my library. And this library contains all the scriptable objects, every single one in the game. So this means that they're going to be accessible at runtime, because all I need to do is store this object somewhere accessible in the resources folder, and then I can always reference this thing. I have a button I press that does it, but you could also just do it on compile, like on build. You could scrape a folder or something. But yeah, that's what I do personally. I have a button that I press that, or like on build, just grab all of the things of this type. It doesn't take too long. Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise Unity doesn't know this. Unity doesn't have access to your file structure. It doesn't know what's in the project. It doesn't ship the project folder. So you need something somewhere to hold it all. Unless you put it in like the resources folder, which you can do. It holds like 12 megabytes, I think. Yeah. That's just how it is. I know that you wouldn't do that in in any other engine or in a non-engine. You would just have the files there and you would just read them. But Unity doesn't do that because of the way that it does asset bundling, I think. For whatever reason, it does it differently. Yeah, Unity is very funny about the things that you can't do. But it's not that hard to maintain those dictionaries. It's literally one button press as you build the game. Hey, Zekin. Yeah. Yeah. It's not impossible to write your own engine. It just, you know what? The only reason to write your own engine, the best reason is because you have a game and you know exactly how to build it. If you know exactly what you need, then you might actually not need an off-the-shelf engine because you know exactly what you need. But if you don't know exactly what you need and you're learning game development, it's nice to have all of the features. Like I almost guarantee you, I would imagine Jonathan Blow's game probably does not require Jai in order to be made. You know, maybe long term he wants to be using Jai in all of his everyday whatever, and that's good for him. That's great. But like if you're just trying to make games, yeah, there's a science aspect to this of like, hey, like is the way that we built this valuable, or is this engine performant in this way? Like is this workflow valid? Should we be like in the conversation around like research, like I have this huge question in my head in terms of whether or not modern file systems and file types and the way that we deal with data warrants applications editing like data with the file types that we currently have. Like the idea of proprietary file types, like a .ai file for After Effects, as opposed to this is just vector, you know? That whole conversation is just like, no one asks that question because we've all just decided this is how we're going to handle all the data. If you're doing, you know, if you're going to write a new operating system, you might come up with a completely different way to handle all the data. So, you know, similar thing with game engines. It's like, I use Unity, which uses composition. It also supports dots, but like maybe dots is just like a way better way to handle everything, you know? Like the paradigms, it's not a bad exercise to build something in a few different paradigms to see how the data wants to be handled. You know, like Minecraft being written in Java is one of those examples of like, well, let's think about the design constraints that you get placed under by using a language so slow. And maybe those constraints create creativity. Maybe that's a good thing. But, you know, if you were just talking about performance, you could definitely do better than Java. So there's like a design research consideration, I think, it validates that question of like, hey, what if we just built this in this and see what it feels like to use this for the purpose of like understanding kind of how we want to do things long term, or what's optimal in terms of giving us control of the kinds of things we want to make and blah, 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 blah. I feel that for sure. This should be a straight line. This is not even close to right. I love animating like this. My concern is that it's a super slow way to do it. Like, there's no way we're going to use this many frames, 13 frames for this animation set. I mean, maybe we will, but I would be trying to get my animators to cut it down. But as a workflow of understanding motion, oh, it's fantastic. I love doing it this way. You end up with such mechanically smooth results, you know? I really feel like I understand what I'm looking at. And there are constraints that I'm noticing, like, that's impossible. So what did I do wrong there? You know, I'll find out in a second. Like, look at this. Look at how this knee rotates like a ball. It looks so right. It's not perfect, but it's... Yeah, like this here, this moment here, I really want to see this knee, the yellow knee, pop. There. That should stick out, but it doesn't look like it sticks out because here it's already popped. So it needs to be compressed here. So it pops up, right? It's like a spring. And we want to see that happen visually, but we're not seeing it happen. So maybe this should come out this way and this should be more like this. Yeah. A low stance dash attack. I want him to be quite... There's a pose that I haven't used yet that I'm desperate to add in here. I definitely got carried away time-wise, and I probably am haven't done what I was supposed to do today, which is like give him all of his poses. There's one that I can see that's a version of this one that is more like this. Check this out. I'll just draw it from scratch. It's this pose here. I think it's Sheik who has this in Smash Brothers. This here with the foot sticking out. With this here. This like this. This like this. Maybe not. And like the sword, almost like this, like it's like a scorpion kind of stance. I'm not sure what the arms are doing. Or maybe it's more like this. Across the body. But you super arch the back this way. No, it's like a defensive kind of, what's the word? It's like a bragging kind of a pose. I don't know, like an exotic stance that's sort of inviting you to come and try it. I don't think I got it right. Yeah. No. I agree with you that it needs to be pulled in a bit. I'm just trying to figure out what the... Something like this. It's getting there. It's getting there. Yeah, this sword's getting a bit long actually, now that I look at it. I like him too. I like him a lot. It's so cool. It's so cool. The idea of like enemies that are animals. I mean, you had them in your Nutcracker game. There's just something about doing different shapes, different body shapes that I think is just, it's just interesting that in a way that like you can kind of create more archetypes, you know, more different things. Like the shapes of the things can inform their styles. You know, like in Kung Fu, you have like the different styles, like crane stance and this and that. It's like, oh, this is an actual crane, you know? It's a little bit too delicate, I think. This should be for like an animal that's way more like a cat is acrobatic, but this is almost like a little bit more like an actual like a bird or something, I think. An actual like flamingo or crane or something. Maybe this needs to be such a cool pose, but I think nay. I have a couple of enemies already in the game that do this running dash. And I'm not looking to lean into it too much because unlike Dark Souls or Elden Ring, reusing abilities is kind of a waste of time in this context. Hang on, let me turn off Rekka here. Like, look at this guy. That is such a sick ability. Oh. This like running thing like that, I love it. But I think instead it should be like a running this, maybe. Or even like, oh, there's like this thing with the sword over, which is kind of what we've got here a little bit. I like the idea of this guy. Oh, like a really low one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Even like, oh shit. Could give it a kick, you know? It doesn't have to slash. It could do whatever it wants. Could do like a sweep kick. Like he attacks you, and if you block the attack, he binds up the sword and kicks your leg from underneath. That would be so cool. So it's not this. I know the pose. It's coming up from under. It's kind of like this. In fact, it's a natural extension from this one. It's the arm here, front arm over, and you pull them back here a little bit, and then the sword goes. It kind of looks a little bit. I think they use this pose a lot for like teens in anime when they're holding swords. Maybe not quite right for what I need. Nah, these two will not have ensigns. These two are just fighters. They're just enemies that you come across. Less puzzle and more dueling. Maybe they run with their hands open. I like the idea of this thing grabbing you. Let's just draw some cool poses. What am I doing here? It's a little bit now Scarlett Johansson in Avengers. Ah, Kill Bill. Yeah, the katana. It could be, this could be the second hit of a 2-hit thing, where the slash comes first and then the kick comes second. Ah, it's actually kind of cool that this is like a claw. Ah, like a hook. Ooh. It's becoming too exotic. It's becoming too cool. It has to be, we have to relegate it to the late game if that's going to happen. It has to be in chapter 3 or 4. Oh, that's so cool. Well, nah, I think the slash has to come second. I think you're right. Oh, whip and chainsword? Come on. You're giving me ideas. Big karate kick to the face. This could be like a heel kick too. It could be like a spinning back kick. With the sword here. Oh man. Question is, how do you go from standing here to doing this kick? Because this leg is, hang on a second. No, it's this leg. But then spinning this leg back behind the body, that's hard. It would have to be, the frame before this would have to be extremely loaded this way. Could even be like a hook, like Armin gets like hooked in and then slashed out, like a hooking with the heel. Also, I want a jumping attack. I want maybe this is too reckless. Nah. It's got to be. Ah, I got it. It's perfect. This. And then this sword is coming this way. That's not the pose though. I'm having trouble with this one. kind of want this over the head. Maybe like this. Yeah, that's sick. That's gonna come down on you. Into the kneel. And the sword is stuck. What the hell? Why can't I move you? So, what? Hey, Booby. Currently working on my first little pixel art game, usually a 3D guy, and your whole backlog of videos has been instrumental to me. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, good luck. And then straight into this becomes yeah, not that way. I do already do that. I have a fancy enemy that's a mini boss earlier on. Somersaulting over it? Oh my gosh. That doesn't work. Oh, you know what this could have been? This could be a spin away. Well, let's keep this. Back it here. But there's also a version of this where we do it like this. No, they're different. Hunden are dogs. Cat people are... There's two kinds of cat people. As of yesterday. There's Hithen, which are like house cats that are like halflings. And then there's Lanksen, which are these guys, which are more like bobcats or mountain lions. They're like mid-sized, predator-sized cats that are taller. They're bigger than humans by a little bit. This guy's like, it's like Darth Maul. Oh, you haven't seen him yet? Just gotta zoom out. Like this guy? Or these two? Little Flemish drummer. Yeah, he's cute. That's Oliver. This has got to be like a 3-point turn, like a 3-point landing situation, right? Surely. I've been using Figma for a long time. I recommend it. If you're just using OneNote and you're looking for a replacement, Figma is a much, much better replacement. It's not really a note-taking app. It's more of a UI design app. But I use it for everything. I use it for word processing and whatever. It's got a bunch of tools you probably won't need if you're just using it to like store notes and stuff. But I think it's very powerful. I would recommend it if you have any interest at all in doing any kind of layouts, or I don't know, if even one of the tools that it uses is of your interest. Every time I think I'm done with this pose, I got to do more stuff to it. Sweet. So it's like What's up, Booyah? Welcome. I wasn't successful in my application to get funded to go to Bit Summit, but I might still go. That's correct, Pixel Smurfy, or kind of. Keyframe is when you go like here, here. You know what I mean? It's when you pick a frame. That's a keyframe, and then that's a keyframe. Yeah. So these are keyframes. I think it could be worth it. I actually have to go now. I wish I didn't, but I gotta run. I'm super late to start dinner. Sorry chat. Sorry Raiders. It was a pleasure. Let's raid Swashbuckling Fox. That's a sweet name. Thanks everyone. I will see you tomorrow if you're interested. Come back. I also have a YouTube video that might be coming out tonight, depending on how productive and lucky I am at it. Thanks everyone. Stay tuned. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia on Steam. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.